Okay guys, I want to show you one of the modifications I'm going to make to the pattern. This is up to you if you want to do this, but this is the piece that are in the jeans. So you're going to notice the difference in the size. So this would go all the way down the leg to the pocket end basically, and all you have to do is cut it a little bit smaller and then do a straight stitch to hold it in place. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let me show you how to modify your pattern for that if you want to do it. If you don't, just feel free to sew it the way it is. Either way, you're going to have a lot of the pocket down here. Once the pocket's sewed on, that it's not going to make any difference at all on your pocket. So let me show you what we need to do here. Okay, so that's going to be the viewing area right there, sewed into the pants. So what you want to do is find you a mark somewhere down here, say about right there. Just, you can make it smaller or shorter just to be safe. Come about halfway down and cut you a little mark there. And then we're going to take our ruler, something with a curve on it. This is all I've got really. And you're going to find where the curve is. So we may come down being just a little bit deeper, but anyway, do something about like that. And then take your chalk, mark your line there, and then just come straight over, or you can just keep kind of rounding it from here like this. Come around, flip your ruler over this way, and then come around that way and cut it down. So basically the only thing you want to do is, I'm going to go ahead and cut this one to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking for. Okay, there's our cut line. So we're going to come right here and just round off the pocket. About like that. And I'd take this little corner piece off here and round it off a little bit. Anyway, so that's what you want to do, is just create a round piece, and then what you're going to end up with is that right there. Now I could actually come down and take a little bit more of this off without any problem at all. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, that gives us plenty of room to sew in here, plenty of room to sew in there, and anchor it down. You're going to serge that bottom edge, and then you're going to sew with the pocket lining. You're going to sew a straight stitch right along there to anchor this down. So anyway, that's the modification I'm going to make. You can do it if you want or not. Just wanted to let you know when you see it. That's what I've done. Okay, let's get started on our sew along now. Hey guys, I'm trying to get the waistband ready to put on, and I wanted to show you what I discovered. You've got 21 on this side and 22 on the pattern side, and what I noticed is when I wrapped it around on both of the facing side, which is the inside, and the interface side, which is the outside, when I got down here, this stopped about right there. So I added that much to it. That's overkill. It's to be safe. But what we're going to have to do when we sew this together is come down here and put these pieces together and sew them right at the end like that, and then you flip them over and it gives you a nice finish on the end of your pants basically. So it's just fine to have too much fabric, and you can trim it. We'll trim it, you know, once you sew the line, trim the seam allowances off, but go ahead and make them long. What I did on both of these, I added 5 on this initial one, and then I added 5 on the outer one, and it came out just a little bit longer, which is weird. I measured these before I added anything to them, and they were exactly the same length to the pattern and stuff, but I don't know if it's a mistake in the design of the pattern or what, but you've got to line up your seams at the back seam here perfectly, and so then you extend it. This side wasn't a problem. I had plenty of fabric on this side, so I don't know, you know, what was going on with it. And this is 21 here, so it had enough to wrap around and be safe when we sew it together. So anyway, we'll have plenty on that side, but just pin yours and double check it. Mine, I know some of my seam allowances didn't equal 5/8, but I expected it to be off a little bit, but nowhere near what it was. So anyway, that's just something for you to check. I'm going to put this at the beginning of the video, so if you're doing the sew along, you'll be aware of it before you get to this point. Okay, that's it, guys. Let me know if you have any questions about it. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is sew our pocket on to this opening right here, and we sew it to the right side first, and then we're going to press it and flip it over. So I'm going to sew this at like a 1/4 of an inch. The pattern will tell you to sew it at 5/8 and then trim it. I don't want to trim it, I just sew it at the seam allowance that I need for trimming. So you can do it at 5/8 and then trim it down if you want to follow the pattern, but I'm just going to do this and fold it over. So here we go. Okay, got that sewed on. Now if you did it at 5/8, you want to cut it down to about 1/4 of an inch like this, and then we're going to press this over until you can't see the white. So you're going to slightly fold over the jeans like that when you press it. So let me do that next, and then we're going to do 2 rows of top stitching down the front here. Okay, now that we have the pocket pressed to the back, again we pressed it over enough to make sure the white pocket doesn't show. We're going to do our top stitching now. And the first row is going to be along the edge here, the width of the pressure foot, the walking foot there. So it'll be about 1/8 of an inch. And then we'll do a second row. It's about 1/4 of an inch away. So keep your pocket flat, keep it out of the way, and here we go. Go ahead and do. Thread evidently is twisted somewhat. It's not wanting to stay around the spring lever. Keep an eye on it here, make sure it stays. Okay, there we go, we're good now. Okay, here we go. Okay. Tension got a little tight right there where it was caught around the hook. Yeah, it kind of came around here and got right along that area right there when it did it. But we're okay. I'll press it out now and everything should look good. Okay, we're going to have to sew this on now so that it looks like that once the pocket's installed. So what you want to do is get your pocket in line, and then put this where it will align with the side seam and the top seam, and then take your pocket and lay it flat where it will line up, where when you come sew everything together right here, it'll line up nicely. And what we're going to do is stitch this pocket down right here to this. I say pocket, it's the outer plaque. So this is the point of lining it up to where you can sew it. So I'm going to grab a hold of it. Got to get my roll down here and transfer it over here to the machine. So once you're keeping everything lined up, alright, get everything lined back up now so I can know exactly where to sew everything together. Okay, so that needs to be at the bottom right there. That needs to be right there. This thing rolled up so it's not pulling off the table. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is sew down this seam right here. Alright, here we go. Alright, that will help keep everything lined up now. It's hard to do on one of these home machines. Don't have as much room to work with here. Okay, so now I need to keep that at the top like that. Alright, here we go. Got it lined up. Okay. Now that we have that, we can fold it over. We should be able to sew our bag together now. Yeah, first I need to lock this down on this side. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap there so that when I need to serge it, it'll be easy to serge. And we're doing this outside the seam allowance, so you want to do it so I left about that much of a gap, that way I can come down through here and I can serge this, get it serged together. Alright, there's that one. And now we need to sew the top down. Make sure our seams are close together. They may not be perfect on the pocket. Get everything flat. Alright, here we go. in about 1/8 of an inch from the edge just to lock it down so that we can sew our waistband and stuff on. It won't be bunching up or anything. Alright, now the only thing we have left to do is serge our pocket. So I'll press it first, get it good and flat. Seeing as my crease is going the opposite way from when I cut it, from the direction it needs to go. So let me press it, and then we'll get over here on the serger and we'll serge it. So let me get that done and we'll get busy serging. Okay, now we're going to serge the pocket closed. So we got to go from the fold around the corner of it. Let me get the edges lined up a little bit better. There we go. Anyway, fold around the corner up to the top where I left that little gap where I could get it serged. So here we go. Got that sewed up. Now I can go ahead and lock that opening down now, and it'll also help seal off the serged edge. So let me do that. Okay, now we'll go ahead and stitch down this little gap we left open right here to anchor the pocket down to the side seam. Okay, now that's anchored down good. So it will get caught in the side seam without interfering with anything. To get this side seam sewed up before everything shreds. Okay, so that's our pocket. It's finished. Now the only difference in the other one will be we'll put the patch in. I'll show putting the patch in and how I do that to make sure it's where I want it instead of following the pattern. And then we'll start getting our yoke on after that. Or do the fly, probably the fly first is what we'll do. And then after that we'll get the yoke on. So, alright, let's just continue on. Okay, here's our patch pocket. I folded it over a little over 5/8 of an inch and then folded it under slightly and pressed it. And so we're going to serge the edges here since they're going to be turned inside. That way they won't come apart. So just do a quick serge. do this one from the top to keep that edge from trying to push itself down. Okay, got the sides all serged up. So now we're just going to take these and fold these in, I don't know, about a ½ inch or so. Something like that right there. A little bit further on that. Anyway, like that right there. And then we'll sew 2 stitches around it. Actually, we probably need to come in a 5/8 of an inch, so probably a full 5/8 of an inch is what the pattern suggests, and that way we can come do our 2 rows of top stitching and it'll catch everything. So, alright, let's do that. Press it, press it, press it, and I'll show you the results after I press it. Okay, I got my pocket pressed. Did these edges first, then folded in this, and then folded that over like that. Everything came out looking good. Everything looks nice and even. Actually, that one looks like it's folded a little bit further than that one is, so let me correct that. Yeah, I need to let that go in just a little bit more to straighten that up. So you'll know once you turn it over, if you can look at your edges and see if one's bigger than the other one. So I need to bring this one in just a little bit more. Okay, we're going to work on our patch pocket now. So I haven't done anything to it other than turn the edges under. So I'm going to come across here and stitch right here to make sure that flap stays down. So we'll do that first. Okay, pull our threads through the back, tie them off. Come on, there we go. Okay, got that one pulled through. Let's get it tied off real quickly. Come on, be quicker, the thread to cooperate with me. There's 2 and 1 more. There's 3. Okay, got that one done. So this one will come through a little bit easier. I just use a sewing machine needle to pull them through. Seems to be the easiest thing to keep a hold of. Alright. There's 1. on through. Come on. Cut my thread too short. Makes it hard to get the knots tied. Guess I'll use tweezers. My big thumbs can't get the job done. Alright, here we go. Here's number 2. And number 3. Sorry about that. That one didn't cooperate. It kept going the opposite direction. Alright. Got that done. Now we can look at where we want our placement. So we've got this lined up to the edge right here, and it's lined up on the edge over here. So now with that, gonna want my coin pocket. See how far down I can go. Go to about right there. I've just found this is the best way to place it, because sometimes, you know, they, in the patterns, they get them in spots that I don't want it. They'll get it too far outside or too far inside or something, so this is the way I like to do it. Come up just a tad here. Come on. Okay, we'll do the first row on the outside. Keep this from falling. Thread out long enough where I can tie it. Okay, there's one row of top stitching. Pull the stitches to the back. I won't bore you with tying them off. I'm just going to get them to the back, and then we'll do the other row of stitches, and then I can get them all tied off at once. And there's one. That one came out real easy. Alright, now see if I can sew these without getting these all tangled up. Keep them to the outside. And we're going to do another row of stitching just inside that row of stitching. I'm going to put my foot on that stitch right there. And my thread wrapped around again. I have to re-thread the machine. It's like the thread's twisted. Yeah, it could be why the tension's so tight. Alright, I think we got it. Alright. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to work. Okay, here we go. Take a half stitch. About right there should do it. The foot up, that tension should be releasing a little bit more than what it is. Alright. Now we have our patch pocket on. So when we fold this over, it will look nicely. So tell you what, let me get these pulled through, get them tied off, and then we will sew that together and you'll see what it looks like. Okay, I've got it all folded over here now so we can attach it. So it will look like that on the front side. So all I've got to do is get this aligned over here. and just sew about 1/8 of an inch in. Alright. Okay, we got that piece on. Now we got to sew the top piece on. So our pocket is folded, and we'll be attaching about 1 inch over here. So we'll start where the pocket is to seal it off. And then come down here and attach this. So here we go. Alright. Alright, there's our patch pocket on our right side. Okay, our next step is going to be preparing our fly shield pieces. So this is the piece that was cut on the fold. I had to interface one side, pay attention to the diagram as to which side it is. And first thing we need to do is sew right sides together, sew this bottom end closed. So I'm going to sew it at about 1/4 of an inch. Find my scissors. Okay, now I'm just going to clip the corner. Actually, I'm going to clip both of them. Alright, so just clip both of the corners. Now we're going to turn it right side out. Be careful when you use your scissors for this. This is denim, so it's pretty tough. Okay, there we go. Got that done. Now let me press this real quick. Okay, the other thing I've done is I've marked the spot. Let me find the pattern piece. it is, rolled it up in the pattern down there. You put this down and there's a spot, a dot right there. Takes a thread about that long, thread a needle, put it right through the center of the dot with it on, and that will mark your spot that they want you to sew to. So I've got that done. Okay, now we need to overcast this raw edge together. So I'll get over on the serger real quick and I'll overcast that. I figure you don't need to see me do that. Either that or use a zigzag or overcast stitch on your machine, your home sewing machine will work, either one. Okay, got that done. I'm going to go ahead and do a few stitches to keep this serged edge from fraying. Keep those stitches from coming out. Okay, there's that one. Take care of this one down here. Yeah, my serger, one of the threads broke on it. It stopped right there. Let me fix that real fast and we'll get back to what we were doing. So when I was going around the corner I must have broke one of the threads. Okay, give me a minute. Get that fixed and we'll keep going with what we're doing. Okay, finally got serger fixed. So let's go ahead and seal off these seams right here so they don't come loose. Okay, those will be on good. Always do that at the end of serger tails to keep from having to use glue and all that kind of stuff. Just takes a few stitches to lock them in, keep them safe. Okay, so we got that overcasted and ready to go. So let's see what we need to do with the other piece. Piece number 18. With right sides together, stitch right fly sections along the curved edges and trim. Turn right side out, baste raw edges together, zigzag or serge along the edges. So this needs the same thing done. Okay, so we will sew looks like the standard width of 5/8 of an inch. So here we go. Let's get this lined up good. Alright, 5/8 of an inch. Let's see what it's saying. Go down and make the curve. I'm on the wrong side to be making the curve, so let's go a little ways, get to about 5/8 of an inch, and make the curve. Another stitch or two. Okay, that's 5/8. It doesn't say how far to go up. It just kind of shows the diagram. Going all the way to the edge, maybe. Didn't backstitch there, so I can get that out easily. Okay, so it shows going down and all the way to the edge. So don't know exactly what they're doing here, but we'll follow the instructions. Okay, got that sewed. Let's see what they want to do now. Turn right side out, press, base draw edges together, zigzag or serge along the edge. Go ahead and trim these seams down. We're going to turn it right side out. Too much fabric in there, got to cut some of this away. See if that'll help it turn. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can press it out. And see if I can get these seams pressed open. That'll make it easier to turn it right side out. That crease down the middle of that seam. Cut it so short it's hard to get the seam open. There we go. Alright, now it should lay nice and flat. Alright. Serge down these edges. Something still up with this serger. It's not serging thicker fabric. I have to go over here on my industrial serger, get it threaded and use it. It's made for heavy duty jeans and stuff. But messing with the home machines. Alright, let me do that. Let me get my industrial serger threaded up. It's a heavy duty one. Let's see if I can serge this and get it taken care of. Well, I put a size 14 Smith's denim needle in it, and that seemed to fix it. So, you have a Juki, that's a model 644D, denim needle works in it. So, there's that one. Let's get this one tied down. Alright, now I can trim those threads off real close and I don't have to worry about it shredding or unraveling. Alright, got that one taken care of. So now let's see what we need to do. Maybe necessary to shorten the zipper. Okay, they've got clip marks in the crotch. So I probably need to do that and get that taken care of. So let me do that. I didn't do that when I was cutting the pattern out, because I usually just mark it. I'll probably mark it with chalk instead of cutting into the fabric. So let me do that and I'll be right back. Okay, we're going to start sewing on our fly and zipper and all that right now. So first thing we're going to do is sew on the shield, and this is just the one piece cut out. It's interfaced, and I've drawn a line 3/8 of an inch from the edge, which is what we're going to sew on using that line. And I'm going to line this up with the top and with the edge here, and we're going to sew it in. Okay, now we'll do some pressing. First thing we're going to do is press this flat on this side like this. So press that, and then we're going to turn it all the way around to the back, and then we'll go over to the other machine and do a row of top stitching about 1/8 of an inch from the edge here. So do your pressing first, fold it under, we'll do the top stitching, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I've got my fly shield put over and folded over. So there's the front, and this is the back. We're going to do a stitch right down here, just about the width of this pressure foot, away from the edge to hold it in place. So my tension will look good on the back side. That's why I'm using this side. So here we go. Get my tails low enough where I can pull them to the back and tie them off. Alright, next thing we have to do is sew the zipper onto the tape here. And I'll have to get the zipper, so let me go get that and we'll do that next. Okay, we're going to sew our zipper on first, and here's how you do it. So we've got this turned over this way. You're going to put your zipper on here and line it up, and then you're going to take it like this. Keep it lined up to the edge like this, and watch the top here. You want to keep your top piece a little bit below the line here, so when you sew the waistband on and stuff, you're not actually hitting the zipper stop. Okay, so we've got it lined up. Now we're going to take it over here and we're going to sew on this side of the zipper to get it in place. So, and then I'll just line my pressure foot up with the edge of the zipper and we'll sew it in. Tension is too tight right now. Let me loosen it up just a tad. There we go. Get the machine re-threaded here. To clean that needle plate out. Shouldn't be that hard to get that thread through there. All right, now get our zipper down where we need it. Okay, now it should work. All right, that should be good. Come on. All right. That will look good once we get it pressed out. Okay, now we'll move on to the next step. Let me get everything over here and get prepared, and we'll move on to the next step. Okay, we're going to do our top stitching now. And the first thing you need to do is mark where you're going to hit the metal stop. And I've got mine right there is where my metal stop is. so I'll have to go past that mark. I go 2 inches out, so 10 to 12 here. I came down through here and marked these spots so I can just get a straight edge and go down. Make sure my alignment's good. I think that one's just a little bit too far out. Yeah, it is. All right. Okay, there's that line. We'll have to have 2 rows of stitching, and it looks like I'll have to come inside that one to get my second row. So this one will be my longer one, so it'll be my outside one. So need to be about right here for the outside row, and probably about right here for the inside row. Need to go a little bit further out, so there for the outside one and there for the inside one. My foot will end up hitting that metal piece. Okay, so let's take this now and get our curve. Okay, there's the first one. Now the second one. See what my distance is there apart. It's just under a ½ inch. So I need to go to about right there. Make sure everything's lined up good. Okay, let's see where our second one will end up. Needs to be about right there. I'm afraid that's going to hit the metal piece. Need to curve it a little bit more. Bring this one over just a tad more. Okay guys, it's time for us to top stitch our fly, and I went ahead and got started to give you a visual here on what's going on behind the seam. So I stopped before I got all the way down. So I still have one row to do here, and so what I suggest you do is go ahead and do a chalk line and then slowly taper it this way, and then about 1/4 of an inch or so on the other side. But I want to give you a visual of what you're trying to avoid here. First thing you do is baste, fold this side up over here and baste it to keep it out of the way, so that when you come down here you don't sew over it. Okay, so get that out of the way first. And it's just got a few little hand basting stitches in it to keep it up out of the way. It's very easy to do. Anyway, so we'll do that first, and then we will come down through here and do our second row of stitching down this way. But we're trying to avoid that metal zipper there. This one came really close to it, so I'll probably just sew up this way on my zipper foot here to try to avoid hitting that. So that's why I went ahead and stopped right there. I knew I was getting close to it. So you got to kind of watch out for the metal on these. But anyway, I'll go ahead and finish that real quick and show you that, and then we'll sew this other row down here, and that'll give you a visual of what's going on. All right, let's go ahead and finish this one. Yeah, I gotta make sure I come right down in the hole where that other one ended. Probably just do one more stitch to be safe. Yeah, it's kind of reflecting off of that metal stopper. Alright, that should be good enough. Okay, got that one tied off. We got that one. Now we'll sew this one over here up. And I'll show you how to do that. It's fairly easy to do. Just follow the chalk line is all we need to do. Get additional light over here so you can see better. Alright, here we go. Get me enough to tie my seam off. Okay, here we go. Back tack it at the top since we're okay. There we go. That chalk makes that look kind of funny there. Alright, I'll pull this through, tie it off, and then we're going to move forward on the getting this thing finished up. So let me get this done, and then next we'll actually sew. Let's see. Oh well, we'll get to it. Give me a minute to get this tied off and we'll continue on. Okay, got that all finished up. So now what we're going to do is attach the fly shield. And so what you want to do is take your fly shield, put the smaller piece down here. I don't know why they tapered it, but usually I just do square. But anyway, I'm putting the serged edge next to the zipper, and we're going to align it up to the edge of the zipper and to the top of the pants here, and grab a hold of it. And we're going to have to turn it over because we're going to have to sew it onto the zipper. Check your alignment mark, make sure it just aligns at the top of the pant right there, and then push it over until it aligns with, in my case, the serged edge. And then we will take this and sew it on with our zipper foot. Okay, here we go. Go ahead and back tack. Come on, unzip. There we go. Alright, now staying right there on the edge, we'll come all the way to the top. Back tack, and we are good. And we are good. Okay, now we have our fly protector on. Next thing we're going to do is sew our other side of our pants on. So let me get that over here and I'll show you what we need to do. First thing you need to do is press this part of the pants in 1/4 of an inch. So fold it over and press it, and that'll get it ready to be put on the zipper. But we're going to take those pants and put them right here on the top and sew it in. So you get that, and we'll proceed and get this thing finished up. Okay, I've got my other pair of pants over here. Let me show you what we're going to do. You see here, I press that over. It's the serged edge, so just the width of the serged stitch plus just about 1/8 of an inch is all you need. So we're going to take this, line it up with the top, and place it on the zipper like this, and then we're going to sew a line down here to attach it to the zipper. Now I'm going to put some wash away tape on here. I put a link to what I use in the video before. I'll put it in this one too, but it's a long row of wash away tape instead of the Wonder tape that you buy where you get so little of it. But anyway, I'm gonna put that on there and then press this to get it lined up and make sure it stays in place. When I sew it on there, it's just going to make it easier than trying to wrestle with all this and keep it lined up. So trying to give you guys ideas on how to do some of this stuff, because when you get on those desktop machines, I know it's hard to get this bulk and try to keep everything lined up. So trying to practice what I preach and some of this stuff. So let me get the tape on there and then I'll show you once I get it on there how it sits nice and flat. So let me do that real quick and I'll be right back and we'll sew it together. Okay, I've got the wash away tape on the top side of the zipper right down this line. So it's stuck on there now. Now I need to put the pants on there and apply the heat to make it stick and bond, and then we'll come back and we'll top stitch it down. So I just wanted to show you that first. Hopefully you can see it. Let me turn it this way. And there it is on that side. So we'll lay the pants down on there and sew it on. So I'll be back once I get it fused to it and we'll start sewing it down. Okay, I've got this with the sticky tape on there. It's wash away tape like Wonder tape. It's just a commercial version. So we're going to sew this on now. So this will attach the other side to the pants. So here we go. Go ahead and back stitch. Turn the speed back down. Had to wind the bobbin. I cranked it way up. Okay, here we go. Try that when I get on up here a little bit further. Lord. There it goes, finally. It's a stiff zipper. Okay, here we go. Finish this up. Right, should be good. Knock something off the table. Alright. Now our pants on the front are attached. Got our fly protector. Loosen that zipper up a little bit. However, some of the ones today I've noticed is they'll come down almost automatically on some of these jeans they make these days. Unless you get a high dollar jean, you don't get a high dollar zipper. All right. Need to wet that down and get rid of that chalk, make that look a little bit better. Okay, we got that done now. So that's the hardest part of sewing these pants up, is the fly portion. And so now we will move forward to sewing this seam together down to the end. And I'm gonna have to clip this right here so it will lay down flat. So I'll do that, get this ready and marked so we can do our flat felled seam on it. And then we will do the flat felled seam down the middle of the pants eventually. And I guess we need to get the back pieces together too. So all right, let me get the pattern out and see what they suggest doing after this, so I can kind of stay a little bit in order. I didn't really follow the pattern instructions on doing the fly because I've done it before, and this is my technique that I like to use when I do it. So anyway, you can follow the pattern if you want. I just noticed in reading it, I don't know how a beginner would I follow a one sentence instruction on doing some of this stuff. So anyway, hopefully this will help you guys out, and let's get to the rest of the pattern and get this thing finished up. Okay, the next thing we're gonna have to do is prep our pocket for putting on the back side of the pants. So I kind of measured my existing pockets on my retail jeans, and so what I decided to do is fold this top edge down 5/8 of an inch and then tuck it under for all the way to the line, and then fold it over, and it gave me a line about, turn the light on here, a line about like that, and I can sew my double stitches across there like on the retail jeans. And then on this side, you can sew your seam here and then one wide enough to cover this raw edge up where it will be sealed when you go around it with your second seam. So keep that in mind. When you tuck these in, you may have to trim these edges here to keep them from poking out when they're sewed in. You can still barely see that one a little bit. I can tuck it down a little bit, but anyway, and that's it. So fold this over, fold these two edges over, and these two edges, I did that one first and this one second. As long as you're consistent on your fold size, you should get your point in the middle the way you need it to. Matter of fact, that one needs to be pulled in just a little bit more. I'll fix that. But anyway, that's what we need to do now. So press your pocket and get it ready to go. We're going to put these on the back of the jeans. Okay. First thing we need to do after we got our pockets all folded over is do our top stitching on the top here. I'm going to do mine from this side since I know my tension looks good on the bottom. And I'm going to do the width of the presser foot coming this way and turn around and go back and use the width of the presser foot going back the other way. Okay, got to make sure that that stays pushed down. It doesn't push it away. Okay. Enough thread to do the pull through and tie off. Okay, there's the first one. Now we'll do the second one close to the other edge. Pull some thread out here so we have plenty to tie off with. Start right on the edge. Need it advancing. There we go. Okay, that has that one. Need some new scissors. Okay. On the last video, my lav mic battery went out during the video, so it may sound a little bit different. Alright, we're going to sew our pockets on the back side of the pants, and I didn't see any markings really on the pattern for this. I didn't read the instructions, I just kind of know what I normally do, but if you get about 2 inches from the edge Depends on the size of the pants. These are the largest size, so I get 2 inches from the top, and then I get roughly 2 inches from the side. See, about right there. So double check that I'm 2 inches from the top. Okay, that's perfect right there. Alright, so we're going to sew 2 seams. We're going to sew one close to the edge, and then come back and sew one far enough in to cover up the turn here. So it's going to be like right there. So let's do the first one. Got these pants rolled up in my lap, trying to keep them from falling in the floor. Alright, I'm going to be tying my thread off, so I need to pull this out some. Alright, there we go. That should be long enough. Okay, here we go. Hold these threads. Come another half stitch down to the end here. Yeah, we can do a whole one. That goes to the edge. Yeah, that's perfect. There we go. Okay, here we go. And roll it to the end there, right at the point. One more stitch. Should be good right there. Okay. Alright, that should do it. Some long tails for tying off. A little bit longer if we want to start doing the next one. Okay, just pull these through and get them tied off, and we'll do the other one. Come on. Okay, that should take care of that. And let's get this one tied off. Then we'll do our inside stitch. I'm only going to do it on one leg. You'll get the idea for doing the other one. It'll be the exact same procedure. Alright, that takes care of that. Okay. Now we're going to do the inside leg stitch. So we're going to come over quite a ways. I'm going to get my foot basically just inside that other stitch, and that should do it for me. Pull the thread out. About right there. Alright, let me roll my pants up a little bit smaller roll so I can get it up on the machine without taking too much room. There we go. Alright, here we go. One more stitch. There we go. One more stitch. There we go. Alright, there's our back pocket. I'm going to pull my threads through and tie them off, and I'll do the next one, and then we're going to be putting the yokes on in the next video. So, you know, get your pockets on, and then get ready to get your yokes put on. Okay guys, it's time to put the yokes on. We're going to be doing a flat filled seam. And if you want to see the technique that I used, look at the previous video that I posted on how we're going to do the flat felt seams. But anyway, I drew a line 3/8 of an inch down here. And so instead of putting right sides together, we're going to put the wrong side on top of the right side here. And we're going to sew this on. So it's kind of at a curve, so you'll have to kind of turn it as it comes down through here. I normally use sticky tape, but on this one it's going to be hard to do because of the curved seam, so it's kind of hard to get it all to stick on there. And so this one I'll just guide it as we do it, As you'll see when I did my other video on how to do this, if you don't pay attention, you'll get off, and you don't want to do that. You want to stay consistent with it. So anyway, so let's get this started, and I'll show you how we're going to do this. Okay, I'll be sewing the seam at about the width of the serged seam there. Roughly, kind of right at the edge of it. I'm trying to look to see if I'm going to have enough room to get, yeah, I can do right along the edge of it. So I'll just use kind of my presser foot right there on the edge of it, and that should give us what we need. Okay, let me see where that chalk line is. There it is right there. Okay, here we go. My stitch length's at 3.5 now instead of the 4.5 like I was doing for the top stitching. Okay, now I got to start moving it a little bit closer. Alright. Okay. The way we end up doing this is you've got to fold this over enough where it covers the seam on the front, and then fold this back to cover the back seam. Basically is the simple way that it works, but it requires pressing. So the first thing that I will do is basically try to get this folded to where the white line is barely showing. Kind of like that right there, all the way down, and then I'll pull this over this way enough to cover this seam, and it shouldn't take much, about like that right there, and make sure we got enough to cover this seam over here, and we should be good. So anyway, I'll press it and then I'll show you what it looks like after I press it. But again, you go look at that video where I just concentrated on how to sew this seam. That way I wouldn't be getting too many questions on this. Alright, let me press it and then we'll sew the top stitching on it. Okay, I've got my seam pressed. Let me show you what I did. So I pressed this first to get the white thread up there where it'll be covered by this seam here. Then I fold this over and I use a ruler to get this fold to this line under here, just slightly under a ½ inch. And that gives us about a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance when we do that. So anyway, so now I'm going to sew a top stitch here, and then I'm going to flip it over and sew one on this seam to lock it down evenly. So let's get going with this. Turn this around so I can do it this way. And I'll basically be even, my presser foot will be at the edge. Actually the fold will be right here on the inside of this foot here is where it will be. So okay, we're back to top stitching now. I got to get my stitch length back up to 4.5. Alright, here we go. Actually, the edge of the foot is even with the fold line. There is what I'm doing. Okay, that's the end of that one. Okay, now we'll flip it over and we will sew this side. You may not want to do this on your home machine if your tension doesn't look good on the bottom side. You can see how good mine looks on the bottom side on this machine. And it's one of the advantages of a heavy-duty industrial machine. You can actually get the tension tight enough in the bobbin and everything to match it perfectly on top and bottom. Alright, here we go. Get a little bit more thread for tying off. Alright, there we go. Okay, now we're going to sew along the edge of this one. Okay, there's our seam. One of the things I don't like is I veered right there, so I'm going to probably go ahead and remove these stitches and redo that and make sure it's straight, because that's real noticeable. I don't know how I ended up doing that, but anyway, I'm going to remove them and redo this line. But anyway, that shows you how we are going to do our flat felled seam. So, perfectly sealed up. Okay, do this on both sides and then we'll move on to the next step. Let's do the back one now. Should be much easier. Make sure I get everything lined up. Come on, get down out of the foot. Kind of got a little bit closer right there. Let's see if I can pull it away just a little bit. There we go. This is where it gets real fun, going around the curve in the opposite direction here, but we're going to do our best. And if you get down to the bottom and you notice you got a difference here, but the only thing you can do is go ahead and trim it, because when you're coming around that, it's kind of stretching the seam out a little bit. These have just a slight bit of stretch to them, so I'm going to have to come right here, cut some of this off. All right. Now I'll go over and press these, get them ready to go, and we'll come back over here and then do the top stitching on them. Okay, we're going to do the back seam first, and probably what's going to determine the width of the fold is going to be this flat felled seam crossing right here. It's going to take a little bit more than what the others are, so we're going to use that as our guide as we sew this in. So see if I can get everything flat here, fold it out where I can feed it. All right, we're going to fold over this seam this way, and we're going to start with the flat felled one and let it be our guide. Make sure those seams line up perfectly. All right, go back to my 4.5 length stitch. Use this paper to kind of check. It needs to be about 3/8 of an inch. Okay, about right there should work. Okay, here we go. Make sure the thread tails are long enough. Alright, here we go. I'll go ahead and back stitch up here since we'll be putting the waistband on up here. Alright, here we go. This is going to be a booger of a seam to sew over down here, so I'm going to test the strength of the needle here. I know the machine will go through it. It's just trying to get it up over that big of a hump. Using the handle on this just to make sure that the machine doesn't get away from me. It should keep us on the 3/8 inch mark. It's about as good as I could do going over that. Okay. Just got to do a little bit at a time here because of the curve. Just take your time, keep your alignment good. Alright. That gets us through that side. Now we need to turn it over. Hopefully we're fairly even. We were until right there, so on this one I'm going to have to sew a little closer on this side until I get there to my normal width there. So kind of have to do that because this gets so wide. So I'm going to put my, let's see, put it there, put it down here. Where am I going to end up? Stay on the edge there. The problem's going to be right here. Got to be close to it, so let's go ahead and use that stitch right there as our guide. I guess the good news is when this gets narrower, it's at least under the crotch. Okay, let's turn it over and see how we look. Yeah, that'll work okay. This starts going under the crotch. So it should be alright. Okay guys, I tried to do the seam, flat felt seam the way I did on the back, and it just didn't work on here because of this area right here was short. And so what I've done is I've interlocked the fabric like this. So on this side it's pressed over this way, and on the top side it's pressed over that way, and then you interlock it. I've put the wash away school glue in there to hold it together while I get over here and get it on the machine and sew it. So let's sew it up and see what it looks like. Gotta go slow here as I need to stay right on the edge. It's going to be a much narrower seam because of trying to make it where it didn't get everything in a bunch. Alright, let's go ahead and turn it over and see how that looks. It's pretty narrow at the top, but we're going to have to go ahead and sew it down and call it good. Okay, I'm just going to start where I ended right here. Hopefully that's about a stitch away. Alright. Just open up enough there. Okay. I want to show you guys something I did off camera. To keep this attached, I stitched it to the zipper right there. So you can see the stitches right there. Usually they do it on the outside, they do the bar tack on the outside, and I just didn't really want to do that, but I think what I'm going to do now is a little bar tack right here. Keep the zipper from opening up too much and to hide that little area right there. Okay, let me shorten my stitch as short as it will go. Okay, it should be good enough to hold that down. Stopped exactly where I started. All right, there's our front seam. It's not perfect, but it will work. I'd have to modify the pattern a little bit to get it to do what I wanted to do, to get that just a little bit wider, but there wasn't enough fabric in there to do that, to keep this crotch area flat. So it'll require a little bit of a modification. So just keep that in mind. And then you can do what I did here. Just interlock the fabric like this. Top goes this way, bottom goes that way, and then put them together. Put glue, school glue on the bottom, and then school glue on the top of this one, and then press it and let it dry, and it'll hold it together, and you can come over here and stitch it. I've got a video, one of my older videos showing how to use the school glue to do the seams, so if you have any questions, see that video. Alright, we got that sewed up now. Next thing we need to do is sew the pants together, sew the crotch, outer seam and everything. We're going to do a flat felled seam on the inside leg and a serge seam pressed open on the outside leg. So we'll do that next. Okay, I've serged the outer leg seam from the top to the bottom like they suggested, and I went ahead and serged across the top too. So all the way across the top and all the way down the side legs. So now we're going to do our inner leg, and we're going to do the flat felled seam on the inner leg. So I'm going to start right here and go down this leg, and then I'll come on this side and go down that leg, because the most important part is get these seams right here matching up with each other. So let me see if I can get everything set up here to get started. Find my mark right there. Seam is lined up, so here we go. Yeah, I knew I didn't have a long enough thread tail. Alright, just line back up. Alright, there's our thread tail. Alright, here we go. sure I'm on my chalk line there before I get going. Okay, here we go. Lengthen my stitch a little bit. Go about 3.5. Need to get a motor on this so stop with the needle down. Been planning to do that for a while. Just have to line it up a little, sew a little bit at a time, keep everything lined up. It's such a long seam. Be careful, this has kind of a wide on it, it blends in, so I keep pulling it away to make sure we're lined up. You get that veer at the bottom for the hemline. That's the first side. The other side. See, by the way, if you do this and you get a short area and then long area, it's best to come down here and trim this off a little bit smaller if you need to, and keep it even. It helps when you start folding things over and trying to get things lined up. All right, let me get the right side going here. That one, so we have one under here that we didn't get, and we do. Okay, now we'll sew down the other leg and then we'll be ready to get it ironed to do our flat felled seam. Now I'm going to be lining up on the opposite leg this time. Keep forgetting to leave a long enough thread tail. Some tweezers that may help. Alright, get my thread pulled through. Leave it right there, that looks good. Alright, here we go. Line up with our line. I don't know how that got cut that much longer, but I saw on the other side it was lined up, so I'm going to have to cut it to get it to line up. It's weird. No, it's when I cut the pattern out or what, but anyway, this machine, it's needle fed. It keeps the fabric lined up without you having to get down on the end of it and tug on it like you do on regular machines. Veer this out some to match that and then cut it. All right. Alright, everything looks good. Looks good on that side. Got a water spot right there, I'll trim that. Okay, let me go press it and get it ready to go, and we will sew this thing up and get our flat-filled seam done. Then we have to sew the outside seams together. That's easy, it's been serged. So I'll press it and get that done. And then we'll put the waistband on and the buttonhole and the rivets, and we'll be done then. So getting closer to the end, guys. Okay, we're going to be doing the flat filled seam. And what we're going to do is you're going to start in the middle. I've used painter's tape to hold it down while I sew. Anyway, we're going to start right here. We'll go down this leg, and then we'll go down this other leg. Once I get this side done, we'll get on this side and do the same thing. So I'm just going to show you on this one side. I'll do both of them on this side first. And just know you need to do it on the other side. So let's get started here. Make sure my stitch length is still on 4.5. I'll go ahead and peel the tape away a little bit so I can get to my seam here. And where this is crossing right here, you need to get it on concrete and beat it with a hammer real hard. Hard spot. See if I can start a little bit further up. There we go. I'm gonna hand crank it until I get off of this big double-sided flat felt seam here. that now. So here we go. You see, I just put my thumb on there and slowly peel it away as we're sewing down. Trying to stay close to the edge here, that's why I'm going so slow. Uh-oh. Looks like we ran out of bobbin thread. Alright, I'm going to pull this out so I can tie it off in the back, hopefully. Yep, it's empty. Okay, let me wind the bobbin and we'll continue on. So let me get this done. Okay, got the bobbin rewound and replaced. Had to remove several stitches to tie it off, so I need to start trying to start in the stitch hole. I think that will do it. Anyway, trying to start in the stitch hole that it left off on. Alright, here we go. Go slow my speed back down. Winding the bobbin. see this tape works very well, keeping everything in place. Okay, we'll reuse that for the next seam. Back stitch, perfectly in line. Alright, I have to pull this through and tie it off, and then we're going to sew this side over here and make sure my tension still looks good. Let's tighten it up just a tad. Okay. Alright, let me do this, get it tied off, and then we'll turn it over and do this side. So, be right back. Okay, now we're going to stitch on this side and follow the line here. Try to stay close to the edge. See how everything looks when we're finished. Turn my speed back down. See if I can go slow. See my stitch looks over there. climb the hill. Take a couple of back stitches and we're done. Keep me from having to pull the thread through. It's down here where no one will see it. Okay, see how it looks. Looks pretty good. Trying to see when I tighten my tension up if it started looking a little bit more matching. It needs to be a little bit tighter. Okay guys, I'll just do the other side the same way and we'll be finished with the inside seam, and then we'll put right sides together and sew this seam out here. So that'll be next. And then after that we'll put the waistband on. Shorten my stitch length back down to about 3.5. Seam guide back, so I'll have to take those off so soon. Everything nice and flat. Okay, there's that side seam. I'll sew this other side seam up just the same way. And then we'll be ready to put the waistband on. So I'm not going to bore you with watching me sew this other side up. So anyway. That's it for now. Let me get this sewed up and then we'll start putting the waistband on. Okay, now we're going to sew our belt loops. Simple process. Fold the fabric in half, then use that center line to fold the two edges in. That's all you have to do. So that gives you the strength, the correct folding line, and then press it good. Now once you've done one side, turn it over on the other side and look and make sure these edges are aligned, because when you're pressing on this side sometimes they'll come over a little far. So just do it on both sides to verify that the edges line up. Okay, I'm using my 1/8 inch foot. It has a guide on it on my machine. Makes it easy for sewing these. So here we go. My length, need to get my length. Take it up to about 4. Okay, there's that side. Now we're going to turn it over and sew the other side. Get our double row of stitching. And that's how easy it is to make your belt loops. So take it and press it on both sides, and then it tells you the measurements to cut them at in the instructions, and we'll cut them up. Okay, time to move on. Okay, it wants us to stay stitched the top of the waistband, and that just means sewing a straight stitch around your pattern, and it wants it to be in between here all the way around and stopping before the zipper panel here. So about right there, and we're going to start right, or end right here. So I'm going to start right here. Go ahead and unzip your fly good. Make sure you don't sew your sides together. Alright, here we go. I'm just going to use the edge of my presser foot on the edge of the fabric there, roughly, so it doesn't have to be perfect. And I'm going to shorten my stitch to about 3.5. Alright, here we go. Okay, that's how you stay stitch. Take it over and press it. And we will put the waistband on next. And we need to, on the instructions, it'll tell you how to sew the 21 to 22. We gotta press that seam flat, and we'll have to probably roll over the edge. Anyway, I'll do all that and then show you what I did, and we'll get the waistband on next. Okay, the first step of preparing our waistband, we need to attach the interface side and the non-interface side. Be sure to have these going in the same direction with a curve when you sew these together, or you'll have a problem. Okay. And I've got my guide set at 5/8 of an inch. And after we sew these, we're going to want to press these seams flat on the end like that. Okay, there's the first one. Alright, I'll press those flat. We'll follow the instructions on how to press one edge over about 1/4 of an inch. Make sure it matches on each one, and then we'll get to sewing everything together. So stay tuned for that. Okay guys, we're getting the interface ready to be sewed on, and what you want to do is put the interfaced waistband on the outside and then the uninterfaced on the inside. And also 21 goes on the right and 22 goes on the left. So that's what's to be set up. Anyway, I've got that ready to go to sew on, and I'll sew it from the inside all the way around. So we'll do that next. But let me show you what we're going to do on our buttonholes. Not our buttonholes, our belt loops. I'm not going to mount them the way they did. I'm going to do them the way the old Levi's are done. And that's just taking it, sticking it on there, doing a little zigzag or a straight stitch. Haven't decided yet. I'm going to try, I tested this before on my Singer Heavy Duty, but I didn't use this thread. I used the jeans thread. It's a little bit thinner than this. Anyway, I'm going to try it on my Singer Heavy Duty and see if it'll work. And if it will, I'll do a small zigzag like this is. If not, I'll do them in the industrial machine, just kind of sew back and forth on them. But anyway, the pattern called for five belt loops. And on this one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 belt loops. So I've got 2, 4, 5, 6. I've got 7. I'm probably going to put them on like this. I like that coverage for belt loops. There's the test I did with the Singer Heavy Duty, trying to sew one on. Anyway, I like this better. I like more belt loops. So I'm going to kind of mimic what they've done here on the placement. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the back side positioned, and then you got the ones on the sides. So 3 on the back, 1 on each side, and then 2 so many inches from the front here. I'll probably measure that and just kind of mimic this, but get an idea of what I'm doing. It's going to be a little bit different than what the pattern is. The other thing I thought about doing, but I decided not to, any jeans that I've ever sewed up, the waistband is just folded over at the top and then put on that way. This one has the 2 separate ones. I don't know how it's going to go. We're going to give it a try and see, how it works out. But anyway, I'm going to try to follow the pattern on that. It's important enough for you guys to see how it works out. So, all right, that's it. Let's get over to the sewing machine. Oh, I want to show you how to get these ready. You're going to fold over a 1/2 inch, press it, and you can give it a lot of steam and everything and hold it, and it still isn't going to stay. So what I'm doing is I've got some tape here that basically melts on. Go ahead and cut enough to make 2 of them. It only takes about that much, and stick it under there like that, so I can get it all the way to the back. Yeah, it's a little bit too long. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, just press it under there, get it centered. It takes a minute. That's still a little bit warm, so it's sticking to it. Oh, come on, quit pushing it. Alright, now it's under there. So while it's under there, take your iron, hit it with some steam, press real hard, and you got to leave it on there for a little while for it to really heat up. pressing down fairly hard on this. So after about that long, it still isn't fully stuck, it's partially stuck, so turn it over. And do the same thing on this side. And then just leave it on there for a little while. And my iron goes from 1 to 5, and I've got it on, I'm going to put it on 3. It was on 2. I'm going to go and bump it up to 3. As the more heat you have, the better, because that's what melts the tape. Okay. Yeah, it still isn't sticking. Make sure it didn't fall out. Yeah, it did. How in the heck? Okay, let's try this again and see if we can get it to stay in there. I didn't see it fall out. I guess when I turned it over it did. Okay, I'm not going to turn this one over. I'm just going to leave it right there and get it hot so it'll melt. Trying to see on my board where it fell out. Okay, there you go. See how flat it is? Come on this side, hit it with some steam, press hard again. Make sure it's good and seated in the fabric. And there you go. It'll stay down now when you sew it. And come in and do the other side now. That thing's hot. Okay, see if that piece will work. Sorry, my elbow's in the way. I'm just pressing down. Just trying to think the fabric's absorbing all that without it staying on there. Try another piece here. It's kind of weird, because I know that one didn't fall out. Yeah, it's a little bit sticky there, it just absorbed it. That one's melting from the heat already on there. I'm not going to leave it on as long this time. I think I've had it on for so long it's absorbing up into the fabric. There we go. Yep, it came loose. Let me heat it from this side. I got all these other ones to stay very nicely. I'm sitting here trying to demonstrate it to you now. It's not working. I'll try this one more time. This time I'm going to fold it up to make sure there's enough in there where it doesn't absorb into the fabric. Come on. I thought folding it would be easy. Cut a little bit off. Okay, that should give me twice as much stickum. We're ready to whip out the industrial tape. I know it'll hold. Just trying to get something easy that you guys could get at a store. Okay, there we go. That held. This one's coming loose. I'm going to heat it up again, see if it'll stick. Yeah, it stuck back down. Anyway, there's your belt loop right there. So I'm gonna do this on all of these, get them all ready to go. And then after we get the waistband on, we'll sew the belt loops on. And we should at that point be getting close to the end. All I gotta do is put the button on and a couple of the rivets around the pockets and stuff. And that'll be fairly quick. So we're getting towards the end, guys. All right, let's move on. Okay, time to sew the waistband on. So this is the center back, this is the front. I'm going to start over here on the right front. We're going to go all the way around. And I'm not using a 5/16 seam allowance because they want you to trim it. So what I'll end up doing is folding this over a little bit more on the top when we need to, and that'll make up the difference. So I've got these seams serged, so there's no sense in trimming them. Alright. Let's see if I can get this under the foot where I need to start. Thing doesn't want to stay aligned. Okay, right there. Stay there. Too much going on here. Tell you what, I'm going to start a little bit off of that because we're going to come back and trim that and sew across it and stuff, and I'll make sure I've got enough room to kind of maneuver around and stuff. So let me start just a little bit after it. Alright, I'm going to use a stitch length of 4. here we go. Slow down a little bit here. You have to, this part that's not interfaced will want to stretch, so when you get a few little wrinkles right here, just kind of force it to ease in that way. I think that's actually what it says on the pattern too. You have to do a little bit of easing because the denim tends to stretch. Sure everything stays nice and flat. Okay, I'm getting some gathering here, so I'm going to have to work some of this end as I go down the seam till I get to my hand here, so just give it a little bit of okay, we're almost to the center back. Still working in the ease. Okay, I'm going to hold this center back seam, make sure it stays lined up here, so see if I can work this in without bunching up. Move that out of the way for a second. make sure everything's pushed down nice and flat. There's a lot going on here with all the fabric. And wad it up. Alright. There we go. Thread cut here since it's kind of getting in the way. Alright, we're just about at this end, and we're not going to sew all the way to the end on this one too until we get these cut and down to size and start closing them off. That's covering basically where the end is. Something here not laying flat. The pocket. Make sure it's nice and flat. There we go. Coming up on the zipper, I'm going to stop just before it. A couple back stitches. And we should be good. Now we get to see if we screwed up anything. Do you have any bubbles or anything like that? Uh-oh, something went wrong right there. Okay, I'll have to rip that out and fix that. It looks like it came away without me knowing it. Because there's our basting stitch, or stay stitch for the waistband. Okay, I'm going to rip these few stitches out here, get that back up there and sew it back together. And then we will press this up like this, and then it will get folded over and down to the waist at some point. Anyway, let's get those stitches out and get that corrected. I'll press it and then we'll move on. Okay guys, I want to show you what we're doing here. So we sewed our waistband on this flat like this, Then we press each side up, and I'd suggest you use a ham for your pressing, since the waistband's on a curve. It's a lot better than putting it on a flat surface. So I'm just gonna show you. So just go all the way around and press it up on that side, and then go all the way around on the inside and press it up too. Like so. Anyway, using it on a ham actually kind of gets it up, lets you kind of keep the natural shape instead of it being on a flat surface. Anyway, so after that, you're going to press over the top seam about 1/4 of an inch on each side. As you're doing it, you want to make sure it matches at the top. It's the only reason I don't like these kind of waistbands. I like them when they fold over, but anyway, I'm going to use my wash away tape to hold this nice and evenly, so that when I sew it up, it'll be lined up nicely. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when we're going around, it'll vary a little bit. It's just easier to use some of those tools. So I'm going to go ahead and press the tape here. The other thing we need to do down here, we need to roll this back over. I'll finish the stitching and come down here, and then we'll take this and turn it over. But we have to do that first, so come here and go down to where the seam allowance is there, or you can roll it over if you need to, like that. But I'll probably just go ahead and flatten it out, and then we can roll it over and press it. So yeah, go ahead and do it flat like that when you come down through here, and sew this together. And that, when you flip it over, is going to give you your nice finished edge. So anyway, I wanted to show you how to press it and then how to line it up. I'm going to go ahead and put the tape on here now, and then we'll sew this side up, and I'll show you how to do that. So let me do that, and then we will show you the technique of sewing the end up. Okay, we're going to finish up where we left off, sewing down the waistband. We got this cut off so we can follow a line down through here. So we're going to come down this way and then make a turn and come down this way. So here we go. I've got my zipper foot on to try to stay close to the edge here, and I'm going to continue on where our previous seam was. Shorten my stitch length a little bit. Okay, here we go. Slow the thing down. More stitch. Okay, now we're off. Now we're going to turn it and go straight down. So I'm hoping this zipper foot will keep it close enough for it to look good. We'll find out when we turn it right side out. So here we go. Okay, flip it right side out now and see how good it looks. I may have to try one of the other machines that has an open zipper foot on this side, a little bit closer where the needle can get closer, but we'll see what it looks like. I'll trim my seams a little bit more, trying to see if it's going to be down here at the edge. Seams are still too wide. We should be able to stuff them down there and see how that will look. Okay, that should work. Alright, let's get these seams trimmed down. I'm going to use pinking shears. Main thing I gotta do is get this corner seam cut away. And let me get my pinking shears first. Okay, get this one done first. Okay, that's about all we need. Now we'll do this side. Alright, now let's cut the corners. It's thick. Cut this corner good and sharp. Let's turn it out and see what we got. I need to go press this down real good. Tell you what, clip into this seam a little bit, relieve it just a little bit. That side. Just about halfway up the seam line. Okay, I'll get that pressed down. And then that will be the end of our seam. So we're going to have to go around here, top stitch, and then come stitch this top piece together. I've got the wash away tape up there where I can press this and get it to hold. I've got wonder clips where I've pressed it before just to keep it together. And so we'll put these on there and that should help. But anyway, I need to do this side now, and then we're going to top stitch around, and we should, at that point, we got to put our hardware on, and then hem, and then we'll be done. So let me get this side done, and I'm going to do the same thing I did over here, finish sewing down the waistline, and then we will move on. Okay, now that we have the top of the waistband all taped up, so when you're going along here you need to try to match the fold. So just do a little bit at a time, and I put the wash away tape on here also to help hold that together, so while we sew it together. So we're going to start doing our sew along on the waistband now, and it's kind of a pain, but where I start, see if I can get these curved, folded up to where I can get them under the machine. There's a specific place I start when I'm stitching the waistbands on jeans. There's that leg. Just gotta kind of roll them up, make them manageable. We're going to start, let's see, we're going to start on this side. Anyway, we're going to start right here, and we're going to go all the way around the bottom, and then come over here, right here, go up, and then go all around the top, and come all the way back here, and go here, and then back here, and then we'll come back here, and then go down this seam right here, as far as we can go. And I've got it where I can go all the way down because it still isn't tied in down here. So that's where we'll end, right down there at the bottom of the fly protector. So let's get going. It's kind of a pain in the butt. And what I've got is a 1/8 inch. There we go. Anyway, I've got a 1/8 inch guide on here. Right there, there's a lip that's going to go right along the edge of that seam to give me a good even stitch. And I ended up installing my zipper stop a little bit too high. It stopped right there. I should have paid closer attention to it and put it should end about right there. So in your jeans, make sure your zipper stop is, you're going to have about 1/4 of an inch fold over here, and then about 1/4 of an inch seam. So drop it down, get a mark, and drop it down to where you've got your zipper stop right there. I kind of screwed up on mine, so it's been a while since I sewed a pair of jeans. Kind of forget some of those things. All right, here we go. Get me enough thread here where I can tie it off at the end. All right. I'm just going to rotate the hand wheel until I get up over this zipper because it's metal and I don't want it to take off and hit it and break my needle. So I'll hit a point here where it won't go down. I'll have to move. It's going to be right here probably. Yep, got that one. See if the stitch is long enough to go over it. Yep, it did. Okay, here we go. I gotta get everything situated to where we can sew these without going over anything else. Okay, here we go. That leg straightened up. The idea is to get this stuff positioned where you can get your fabric where it's not under stress, and sewing on this side of the machine is not the best way to do it, but it's the way we do it. Just got to do it a little bit at a time. I'm pulling on the waistband, pulling on the pants here to get it good and flat. Okay, we're just about to hit the back seam. Pan up there out of the way, that leg out of the way. Make sure I'm not going to sew on anything. Just keep double checking underneath to make sure you're not going to be sewing on anything else. Should have turned these wonder clips around. Wasn't paying close enough attention. I was thinking about taking them off when I was top stitching, but anyway, I may flip them around here in a minute. We'll see. Zipper dragging. Just notice something. The thread is not wrapped around the spring. Okay, it's pulling up. Okay, that looks good. Alright, here we go. Start pulling some of this back through now. There we go. Keep everything flat. Okay, we're going to go to the edge here and then turn around. One more stitch. Make sure I'm not going too far. That looks about right. And that came out perfect. Alright, now we're going to go all the way back around on the top. Once again, I got to stop on the edge, line up, and make my turn. About a half stitch off. Alright, there's the half stitch. Alright, here we go. This should be a little bit faster. You're going to have to wrestle with as much. See, when you have those on correctly, you can get them off like that very quickly because they're smooth on the bottom. Pull my thread here and tie my knot where I started earlier. Alright, we'll just continue on. top one, I'm not going all the way to the guide. I'm just using the edge of my presser foot to keep it close to the edge since we've got that opening there. So thread on the other side looks good. Go ahead and tie this one off. I can get to it easily. Okay, with that one taken care of, make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Alright, we'll continue down around here and then come down here. Alright, let me see if I got close enough to the edge here. Continue on. Nope, need to do one more stitch. And that's perfect. We line up, and we're close enough. Okay, go 2 stitches that way, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to sew over these stitches and then come down here. Get this pulled around where everything's nice and straight, where I can see. Okay. Alright, that does it. And then this is where I get to look and see. This is why I hate these kind of waistbands. See that right there? So I'm going to have to rip these out from here to there and redo them. See where anywhere else that had happened. Okay, and there's where I got a pocket sewed in, so I got to rip that out too. That's what I was talking about, trying to keep the fabric underneath out of the way. So anyway, alright guys, let me take care of this. I'll press it and then we'll look at the results. And then the next thing we're going to do, I need to put our hardware, now we got to put our belt loops on first. So I'll mark them, we'll do that next. So again, pay attention, you won't run into this. Okay guys, we're going to put our belt loops on. And I've got my jeans marked basically like my Levi's were. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's another one here somewhere right there, 7. So anyway, we're going to do 7 instead of the 5 or whatever they were going to do. So this one I'm going to have to convert to the right a little bit more since it's close to the pocket. Actually, it needs to be over here. That's the wrong mark. I don't know how that one got on there. So it doesn't confuse me. Anyway, so it's right in front of the pocket. So you you want to put just a little bit of a bow in there to give them room to put the belt in when you put these on. So I'm going to do the top one first. This is the handy Toyota machine that I've had for a while, and it's the strongest one that can handle some of the projects like this. Any of the other home machines that I have, and I have a bunch of them, struggle with something like this. This is my go-to one when I need to do something heavy. And all my industrial machines are either sergers, cover stitch, or straight machines. So it doesn't help when you need a zigzag. I thought about buying one of the Singer industrial machines. It's almost like a beefed up home machine that's industrial, and it does zigzags and a few patterns and stuff. Anyway, I've kind of thought about buying one of those if I could find one used somewhere. Alright, here we go. I don't really have anything to set this on because I'm at the end of the table here, so let me see if I can do that. Come on, stay. Okay, there's my mark. I'm going to do the top first, and then I'll do the bottom one. And it's just a zigzag stitch down it is all it is. Like an industrial bar tacking machine. That's what they use in the factory for these. And I'm going to use this to help keep my foot a little bit level. Come on, go in there. Alright. Go back just a little bit. There we go. Alright, here we go. It's as simple as that. Very quick. Alright, I'm going to bore you with a couple of these to give you the idea of what I'm doing. It's just the same thing over and over again as I move around. But you're going to want to test your machine. This ends up being 8 layers, and then interface layer and a regular layer under here. So you got 10 layers of denim you're going through when you're doing this. So you may want to make sure your machine can handle it if you got this weight of denim. This is 14-ounce denim, so it's a lot thicker. Hopefully you'll get 10-ounce or something like that. Settled in before I sew on it. Won't be any part of the pockets being used. Alright, I got a little bit of space underneath it to put the belt in. So I'm surprised this thing sews as high off the ground as I have it. Alright. Need to move down just a tad. Have to hold the foot up because it's so high. Yeah, that'll work right there. Back up just a little bit. You gotta start right on the edge. Pull this up a little bit too. Alright, that should do it right there. Got some tough denim there. Come on, there we go. Okay guys, we're going to sew our buttonhole in now, and you need to have your button handy and to test with. And I did a test yesterday. I'm going to retest it, make sure nothing's been hit or anything before I sew it in. Make sure it's long enough, and this will fit through it easily. So this is a Brother PC 420 machine, and it does good buttonholes, so that's why I'm using it. I tried the Singer Heavy Duty, I tried the Janome HD 1000. I just wasn't happy with those buttonholes at all and the way it handled the thickness of this, so this machine did a good job. So here we go, we're going to test it. Alright, there it is. Looks the same distance as yesterday, but I'm going to cut it and make sure before I end up running or sewing it on the jeans. It's not a lot of fun trying to pick up buttonhole thread. Alright, I won't spend much time cleaning it up. Just want to make sure that the button will fit through it nicely. So it's going to come through the back here. And settle in on that side there. So, yep, that should work. You'd think it'd be smaller for something this size, but I tried some smaller ones and it was just hard to get the button through it. These two are the same size. Some of these smaller ones though, even though the button would fit through it, it was really hard to try to get it through there. Like right there. Alright, so now that we know it'll work, you're going to sew it on the left side of your jeans. I actually don't know if women do it opposite. I don't think they do, but anyway, I'm going to try to keep this from moving the length of the buttonhole. I'm doing this. Okay, got it square in the middle, starting about probably, I don't know, if you look at the retail jeans, where they start here, it's fairly close to the edge. That should be about right in that position there. Just have to keep this straight, and I've also got to make sure that it can feed the fabric, so I've got to get this where it'll feed properly. Okay, so I've got some slack in here, so, and this side's also the problem here. You got to kind of pull it up and try to get it as even as you can get it. It's kind of in a bind, but anyway. Let me see if I can get my thread out of the way. All right. Move it back just a little bit. Okay, make sure that lever's all the way forward. Here we go. Straighten this up a little bit. see how it looks. There it is. I think that will work. Alright, so we have our buttonhole. Now I need to cut it out, get it cleaned up, and then we'll mark where we're going to put the button on the other side. So let me get it cleaned up first, and then we'll do that next. Okay, I've got the buttonhole cut out here. Got it cleaned up. So what we're going to do now is mark where we need to put our button here. It goes through it. So zip the pants up all the way up to the top, and then look at your pants and see where it lines up. So mine looks good about right there. Everything's in line. So these are fix-on pins. If you haven't ever heard of them, all you got to do is hit it with an iron and it'll erase. So I'm just gonna draw a little red circle right there. Red marks the spot. I also found these jumbo clips. They're very handy, especially when you're sewing thicker stuff. The smaller ones will break if they have any stress. These work really well on bigger stuff, so look and see if you can find some. I bought 2 packages of them, so I have plenty, but even some of the new Wonder clips in these situations will break. I have brand new ones that broke during this project, so these are handy to have if you have something thicker. So anyway, bag. And there it is, jumbo Wonder clips. And I don't know how many are in here. 24. You get 24 per bag. That should be enough for most people. I just always order just about 2 of everything, just so I have it. But anyway, all right, I'm going to get the tool and we're going to put the button on. So give me just a minute to get that done and we'll start on that next. And then we're going to put the hardware on around the pockets and stuff where we need to. I think so. We're going to look and see if I can get anything into this pocket. Yeah, I should be able to. All right, we'll do that next. Okay, got my tools here. This plastic table. It's going to be interesting to see how it bounces around when we do this. Let me get this zipper unzipped so we can get this out of the way. So there's our red spot there, and we're going to have to put it on the back side, so I'll go ahead and take an awl and just pull it up a little bit and get a little bit of a hole in there. That way I can take this, find the hole, it should come out right out on the iron, on the red dot. Here it comes. It's tight. Alright. All we have to do now is just beat this down on there. Let me get something to cover this up so I don't damage it. I've got a rubber mallet. It shouldn't hurt it. Gotta get it started on there so it'll stay on there. There we go. I'm gonna hit it just a little bit harder since this surface is not that sturdy. There we go. Come on, go through there. All right, there we go. Got our button on, got our buttons in there. Now let me look at the hardware and see what I need to do on it. I'm trying to use this instead of my press. That way you guys know you can do it without having a press tab. So let me get that and we'll get to that next. Okay, we're gonna put our rivets on now, and I've got 6 and I need 6, so you can easily screw this up if you do it wrong. So let me show you what we're having to do. I've got 2 rivets here. Hopefully you can see it from the camera. This is the one untrimmed, and this one I trimmed down with my pliers. And I'm trying to shorten it, basically, get that tip off of it, basically. And I think that will be about right. So we're about to test it and see if it's going to work or not. I'm putting 6 on. I'm putting 2 on the coin pocket here, 2 on the pocket top and bottom, and 2 on the pocket top and bottom over here. So if this works, I'm just going to do 1 and show you how it's done. I've got a press and everything. I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to use the hammer and lowest common denominator for those of you at home that don't have any tools. You don't need much to do this. Okay, it's harder to get that through now that the point's off of it. There it comes. Okay, so that's about all that's sticking out. So it doesn't take much for these. Okay, I'm going to put the rivet on there. Turn it over, because I'm not going to beat on the rivet. I'm going to beat on the silver piece that's in there. Let's hope and pray that it works. Okay, I'm going to try to push down hard and see if I can get it started. It's a little harder without the tip on it. Well, I either moved it or, tell you what, I'm gonna have to hit the rivet. It's not the ideal situation. I'm used to using a press. Everything's anchored down. It's going down on there. I don't know if this table is going to be the best option. I'll try it one more time. Really need something solid. Let's see if I have anything else in here I can use. I don't see anything. You have to go out on the concrete in the garage. Yeah, it's on, it's just not staying on, which means it's not going down in there enough. It's got to actually penetrate down into the fabric. So I'll tell you what, I need to go get on something really hard and hammer it, and I'm going to use just this tool, this rubber mallet, and see if it works. Let me do that, and if it works I'll show you the results. This is not the perfect setup, and I didn't want to use a press, so let me do that real quick and I'll show you the results. Okay, well, I beat it on the concrete and it actually went in, but still too long, so it ended up going through the rivet and it actually bent. It means it's under too much stress, but anyway, it shifted upwards too. So that's what I say, you got to figure out what you need to cut off. So I'm going to cut off more of one and we're going to try it again. So this time I'm going down below the taper of the piece here. It compresses a lot when you start hammering it, so you need a lot less than what you think. Okay, it's hard to keep this stuff straight holding it. Need a vise. Let me see if I can do it when it's pushed through the hole. There we go, that'll offer me some stability. Yeah, you can see when you push how much comes through, and that's just too much for these. See, just kind of rotates around. So let me cut more off this time. Trim the point off of it and see if that'll do it. It's still a little high. Kind of trims and ends up back at a point. Throw that away so I don't get confused by it. Had to go order some more and wait for them to come in. Yeah, I still think that will come through. Keep trimming it. Alright, let me try that. Let me show you what I've got here so you get a visual. That's all that's sticking out. Press it real hard. There's not much there, but it doesn't take very much. So let me go hammer it down. Tell you what, let me see if I can get it started. Nah, it won't do anything. Alright, let me go hammer it down, and I'll be right back, and we'll see if that size works out. Anyway, you get the idea on this. You need a bunch of them because you're going to make some mistakes until you get the length just right. Okay, that size worked. It's on there now, so that's what I mean. You gotta completely cut the tip off for these pockets or the layers you're going through. It'll be a little bit shorter on these because we're not going through as many layers on these two here, so it'll have to be even shorter. But I'm gonna go ahead and get this finished up, and then we'll hem them and we'll be done. So let me do that, and I've showed you kind of the process how to manually do it. I'm going to use my press to get this done quickly on the table. And anyway, those of you that have a press kind of know the process. I'm trying to get this down to the lowest common denominator. People just have a hammer and a pair of wire cutters and to show them what to do. So anyway, let me get finished with it, and we'll do the hem, and then we'll look at the results. Okay, I got all the rivets installed except for the one that I messed up. So I'll have to do that one once it gets here. So anyway, got one here, one at the bottom of the pocket, and one at the bottom of this pocket here. So everything looks good as far as that goes. The rivets look good. I'll have to do the hem now, and so I'll show you doing that, and we'll be finished. I want to show you guys one thing that I find handy that I use a lot. It's a buttonhole cutter, and this I use to cut the straight part, and then this is small enough where it would cut the little keyhole part, and it makes it so much easier because it opens it up cleanly, and especially the little round one for the keyhole part. Anyway, see if you can find this. I don't remember, I've had this for so long, I don't remember where I got it. Maybe try a wall whack. But the item number is BHCK2 is what it says. Anyway, I use it constantly, so I thought I'd show you that. Okay, let's get on, let's do the hem, and we'll be finished. So everything came out looking pretty nice. Okay guys, ready to hem them up, and we'll be finished. So this is the last step. This one I turned up 1 inch and then folded it on the line and folded it under. So it's a 1/2 inch hem in the end. So just so you know. Alright, my stitch length set at 4.5. So here we go. See if I can keep this out of the way where you can see. Just using the width of my presser foot as a seam guide. Things straight here. Alright, here we go. Go ahead and trim this thread while I'm here. We'll sew over it, keep it from undoing. Big fat seam here. Alright, I'm going to go over the other stitch. And that's the end. I'll pull that through and tie that one off. Throw this off real quickly here. Come on, unwind. There we go. Okay, there's that leg. Now let's do the other one and we'll be done. It's tucked under good. Roll it by hand until I get off that flat felled seam. That's probably what all you guys need to do, especially if you're on a home machine. Okay, I'm lining that seam up right there and grabbing a hold of it, keeping it a little bit tight. Not overly tight, just making sure there's no slack in it, so this seam will line up perfectly when we get down here. Alright, here we go. This leg untwisted. Keep the stuff on grain. Alright, here we go. So I'll go about 2 over the existing stitches to make sure they're held in. Actually, I think it was 3 the last time, so I'll do 3 this time. Then I'll stop and pull the thread through and tie it off. Funny, I grabbed a whole seam ripper one time to do that mistakenly, thinking, oh, I can do it, it won't cut the fabric. I mean, cut the thread, and it cut the thread right in two. So, learned my lesson on that. Alright, we are finally done. It's a lot of steps in sewing jeans, and I've tried to speed it up when I could through the video and just the sewing stuff. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it, but there are our jeans. The only thing I would do different if I were you, instead of this style of waistband where there's 2 pieces, take the 2, put them together and cut that width, add about 1/8 of an inch to it. So this one's, how long is it? It's just under 2 inches, so I'd cut one 4 inches and then fold it after you've turned in about 1/4 of an inch or so. And that way it makes it much easier. You're not having to worry about sewing this top line, keeping all these together. You know, you saw where I had trouble, some of them actually not meeting the edge, so I had to undo the stitches, and that's why you see some of these tie-offs right here and places that I had to redo it. But anyway, anytime I've done that fold over technique, it's come out perfect and not had any problem at all. So give that a try, and you guys let me know in your comments what you think and how things are going. If you have any questions, post them and I'll be happy to answer them. And that's it. So I'll put this rivet on when my order comes in, and that way I'll have one there. And I don't like putting them on the back because cars have leather seats in them, and that can kind of scuff them up sometimes. And these pockets are big enough to where if you put a billfold or something in them, they'll be fine. I just find if you have an undersized pocket and it's going to be under strain, that's when you need to put the rivets in there. So anyway, that's it, guys. Hope you enjoyed it, and again, post comments and let me know what you think. Take care.